All right. So today I don't really want to waste much time. I want to hop right into it. I got some stuff to work on, basically. Um, so couple things. I added an icon here, which is here. I just added it. This is going to be the icon for it. Which is the same icon I use for the VOD on the StreamStack channel, so it's the same. We also have the logo, or maybe it's the title. Yeah, the title, and yeah, we got a couple of other things too. This works now. I went in and fixed all of this. It was the most annoying thing ever. There was a thing here that said this was server side only, and I guess that's because it had a server side entry point and a client side entry point, but I only wanted one entry point. So I had to fix all of that. I also removed the client package and side of this because I will just do the separation of concerns myself. I'm pretty good at doing that now because I've had to do it so many times. I think if I started modding and had this separation of concerns, I think that maybe would have been a little helpful. But at the same time, I don't really care. So yeah, we're not going to worry about that. We have all of this shit working. It actually works. Thank God. So, and I have checked it, and this annotation scanner does actually scan stuff and actually does everything. I was having a bit of an interesting situation here, and that is that you'll notice that I was debugging out the class loader was these things. So here's what was happening, and this was the craziest thing. So what happens is Fabric comes in and it loads the classes using its own not class loader, right? I don't know why it does that. It just does. Maybe there's a reason for it. You know, whatever. God bless. And so when I load these classes, it loads them not with the same class loader. It loads it with a different class loader, right? And so what would happen is it would get the classes with the annotation, but this here would not actually retrieve the annotation. And the reason it would not retrieve the annotation is because it would the annotations are actually differentiated depending on, and not just annotations, but Java classes in general are differentiated on what class loaders loaded them. So if I am specifying this, I'm specifying it with this class, and this class is the class that's specified with the standard Java class loader, whose name I don't remember. But it's just your basic class loader, right? I don't think it has a specific name, but like the default class loader, we'll say that. And so this would always return null. And so we'd get a null pointer exception here because meta was null because it didn't get an annotation. However, I know that this should not be null. My whole invariant here is that because I'm getting classes with this needs initialization annotation, this list, this.info, should have the list of classes that have this annotation, so this should always be a non-null return. And when it is a null return, that means there's just something wrong. Specifically, the problem was that it couldn't find the annotation, but the annotation was there, right? It recognized the annotation. Like this would say that there was one annotation here, but the difference was this class loader does not match this class loader. So when I look for this one, right, it doesn't actually work. So what I've done now is I've actually, because this is loaded, this class here, the annotation scanner, is loaded with the not class loader, I can actually pass this not class loader into here. I can override the class loader used with the class graph library so that it actually uses that class loader instead of the default class loader. And now when I get the annotation, since it loaded it with a different class, it should work, right? That's basically the gist of it. And we can see that because I can actually run this now. And we can see the output here, that the fact that it now matches. If I change this, which I won't, but if I change this, it'll specify a different class loader, and then the annotations will technically be different, and it won't be able to retrieve it. I could do like this, but then I would need to cast it to this, which I can't cast because they're technically different. So I actually have to specify the class loader here. It's very important. And that's sort of the whole gist of it. Now that this works, we're good. So we can see that it will specify that the class name, which is truths and dares, has an annotation, and then this class loader will match the actual annotations on the class itself. And then we'll actually be able to retrieve this annotation and do everything that we need to do. And we can see that truth or dare is loaded right here, so we don't have to worry about that either. And with this little annotation scanner loading system, it should be pretty easy to have a whole bunch of shit that needs loading without having to specify them all in one place and then hope that I remember to put everything here. And we can actually see right here, truths and dares, 1, that's the number of annotations, and these two, not class loader, are the class loaders being specified here. And then it initializes the class. The Mojang thing now covers it, but it says it's initializing the class. And then it invokes that initializer because it finds the initializer annotation, and then it just boom does it. So we can see here it's initializing the class, it specifies the name, and then it does that. So I don't need this. And so there we go. This now works. It loads the class, this class right here. And so it actually did run this register effects thing. And what I want to do is I want to suppress unused warning if annotated by initializer, right? Because this is annotated with initializer, I'm obviously not going to use this method, but I want to do that. Anyway, what it's gonna do here is it's going to iterate over all the static fields just like it does in Chaos Edition. It's gonna find them all, see if they're an instance of truth or dare register entry. We're going to cast it because it's an instance of cast block. It's a useful little Java thing. I wish I had this in DDD, but this isn't a Java 8 thing. It's like a Java 17 plus thing or whatever. I'm not really sure. And then we just register it and blah, blah, blah. Everything's good, right? And then we have this create register entry, which we'll use later. Cool, right? Very, very cool. So the game loads, it recognizes it. I also checked it does build it, and this build script does bundle. It does bundle the class graph, but only the class graph. It does not bundle like another like 26,000 kilobytes of stuff, because that would be kind of crazy. And then this implementation, this is really like, this is not elegant. I feel this implementation is just so that I can run it here. I don't think like I would want it here and here. Obviously, I don't want to repeat it. I should probably have this be something in the Gradle's properties, but you know, right now it doesn't really matter. I would like to have this not be two separate statements, just have the include so it bundles it, and then have something in the workspace so that it does it. But this technically also just works, so we're not going to worry too much about it. I guess I could set it to a compile. Isn't that this? I don't know. It doesn't matter. And then this, I don't know. I have this loom block here, whether I need it or not, I don't freaking know. All I know is everything works now, and we're not gonna touch it anymore because fuck that. Right? That's basically it. Fuck that. So I now have a meta package and I have a model package. We're gonna add a new package for Mixin. And we do need that because this is specifying that it's going to be loading from that package. And we're going to add this. We're also going to add an event, an event package. Right? And I'm gonna see if I can maybe do something a little bit more useful, but we'll see. First off, let's go here. Let's see how this is run, right? Like this is, it has an event, it has this, it has this. Okay, so that's just that. Yeah, but it does this. Yeah, okay. I do want a Java class. It's going to be the event manager. So we're going to have a singleton instance here, and then a singleton get instance here. Now what I want is I need an interface. I need a base interface. We override this compared to. Actually, I want to. Yeah, sure. Fuck. It's not. I didn't want to click that, but I guess that works. So I'm going to return the negative of this dot priority minus O dot priority. Right, so we have a callback interface now, and then this is going to be C extends callback. Event C this is the wrong event. I need the fabric one, not this. This is distinctly incorrect, though. Add.fabric.api.event. .event. Oh wait, do I not have the fabric API? Is that maybe it? Import net.fabric mc.api.event.event. Yeah, it doesn't. I'm gonna hazard a guess. I'm gonna hazard a guess that I'm probably gonna want the fabric API. So now the question is, if I go here, resources, fabric.mod.json, so we're gonna sync it. It should allow me to now import this because this is in the separate fabric thing. I probably need to rebuild, I guess. And I guess this doesn't need to be static. Let's just have it build. Just do that. Yeah, I understand there's an error here because it doesn't make sense, but fine, finish this. All right, redo that. Holy shit. Fine. Yeah, it's this, right? It's the same thing as this. Is it gonna be able to, sorry, not this, the client, run the client. Is it gonna be able to run now? Or is it gonna complain that it doesn't have, oh no, it has the Fabric API. Okay, so it has the Fabric API. We got that. That's there. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah, yeah, import this. There we go. All right, we're good now. We're good now. This is abstract, really. Oh, it gets an invoker and all this other stuff. Non-extendable? What the hell does that mean? Oh, I guess that means you can't extend it. Whatever, that's fine. I don't need to give a shit. Right, but then there's some other ones that are different. Import that. Can I actually refactor this? That's what I wanted to do, but you didn't want to let me do that. Oh no, this should extend a consumer. Might as well do that so that that's like this. Now this itself is a functional interface. I don't think I really need to annotate as a functional interface because this is a functional interface. But then again, there's no annotation inheritance, so this is actually fair. This is gonna. So it doesn't. That can't be applied to it. How's it going? We're trying here. I specify the class. I have an array of this, and this is like typeless. What? It's we're trying. I fixed a lot of problems that I had. That it now works, which is good. Yeah, which is this is a single callback, so right, like I could do like listeners index at 0 dot, yeah, right, and then like accept, and then pass in a thing. But it doesn't specify what this type is. That's so dumb. What does this want? This wants a function that turns the array into that. Oh, but it's turning, right, it's turning that into like this, which is a single callback parameterized by t, which I don't think you'll let me cast that. That be converted to C. Oh wait, then I should probably cast it to C. Hmm. So I want to be able to do event manager.getInstance.create event, and then pass this and just kind of eliminate this overhead. That would be ideal. But it doesn't seem to like this. Yeah, because it can't resolve that. But why can't you resolve this as the correct type? Because if this were player entity and this were player entity, it would. It requires a type t, but I provided a lambda parameter, which is fine. I should providing a lambda parameter should be perfectly acceptable. Lambda expression cannot be converted to C. But the single callback is a functional interface, so I should be able to provide that, right? Implement this. Okay, what if I did that then? So then this is not needed. Cannot be converted to C. Well then cast it. I don't give a shit. I mean, you're happy, but are you really happy? Oh, so I have to cast it to a single callback and then cast it to that. Wow, that is insane. And this should be a by consumer. CT action. I want to do action.accept callback and T. And then I would like to have an overloaded variant, which just returns this dot create event passing in the class, and I guess I have to name this variable. We pass in the class, and then our by consumer is just going to be go to c.accept t. Wait, can't I just do single callback dot accept? Boom, dude. That's awesome. All right, and so that's the idea. And now if I want to specify a slightly different by consumer or a slightly different way it should do that, then I can do that. Right? And now when I go to here, in here I can make a new player tick callback. I can be an interface. Now I can do event manager.getInstance.createEvent, player tick callback.class. And that just creates that. And then here I can make a new class. It's going to be a player mixin. And then we're going to mix in into player entity dot class. We're gonna add it. And now I can go to the mixin and do whatever I need to do here. Which is to say, do I have a mixin duct type? I do. Wow. Except that's not what I wanted. So now this does this. This is now fine. And see, I don't need to actually specify anything here because it just does this, and then all I have is this, right? And then the single callback already has all this stuff, so I don't need to worry about this. Now, if I have other callbacks that I'm going to need to specify them as well. But this is the whole idea, is that it makes it really easy to do. And we're going to have a handler package. This is going to implement player tick callback. And there's no dependencies here because all this needs to do is just boom, right? So it's not a big deal. Right, it'll load the class and then it'll register it, right? And now I'm gonna go to the equivalent Chaos Edition thing, which is the Chaos Effect Tracker, and it's basically the same thing. We will have to override accept. Is dead, or player dot is spectator, or any another class here. Because I liked what I was doing here. I was definitely onto something when I was doing this, so Alright, so I have, I think it's like get server player, right? That's what we're doing here. It's server player, yeah. Actually, does this return an optional server player entity, or? Yes, it does. Yeah, that's all that does. So now I can do my player utils dot get server player, passing in this player entity, and we're gonna filter this to check. We're basically doing the same thing that I did on the other one, which is to make sure that they're not in any world. So it's gonna be p dot not in any world dot is present. So if they are not in any world, if any of these conditions are true, we're just going to return. We're not going to do anything. So we're not going to do anything on the client side. We're not going to do anything if they're dead. We're not going to do anything if they're a spectator. We're not going to do anything if they are not in any world. So I want that. I gotta make sure that that works as well, so we'll check that. Their spectator or player entity dot is creative and modconfig dot get instance dot game dot affect creative players dot option. So we optionally might affect creative players. That's sort of the idea now. And then what I think I need is I need to define an API here. I've defined a model, but I have not defined an API. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna define an API. Do. API defined. Moving on. All right. I'm kidding, obviously. Player truth or dare affect state. Get player truth or dare affect state. Hello, player entity. Get a player's affect state. Modifications made here are not synced to the server directly. To target this player's at link player truth or dare affect state. A collection of methods for reading player state. I need an at author tag. Boom. Right. So now we got this. Now let's get the active. Okay, this is going to be I truth or dare. This is the class of the truth or dare to get. And that link optional, wrapping the result if it exists, otherwise an empty optional. So this is going to return this dot get player truth or dare effect state on the player dot filter dot wait huh oh wait yeah dot as grace period expired. Period for this player has expired. Is that not how you spell prompts? We're just gonna do that like that then. I don't think I need anything else, because either checking if certain truths or dares are active, which I'm gonna be honest, probably doesn't matter, so I'm not gonna worry about having it right now. And in the API, I also need to define a mutator. Now, the mutator has a handful of things, but so we're gonna have that. We're also gonna have remove. Truth or dare registry entry. Truth or dare effect state. Oh, and that's the mutator. Collection of methods for modifying player state. Whoops, I'm not typing ass, no. Add a new truth or dare to a player. This overwrites any previous truth or dare of the same type that might be active. And I love typos, dude. I love typos. Wait, this should be, it should be linked. Are you okay? There we go. I truth or dare. There we go. There we go. Player. The player to remove the effect from. After this method returns, this player won't have any instance of at code class, not class, entry. Of this truth or dare active on them. The registry entry of the truth. I should probably link this as well. I truth or dare. What is this? I truth or dare, buddy. To remove. Return at code true if the truth or dare was removed, i.e. it existed on the target before this method call. And then at code false if not. The effect never existed on the target. Remove all truths or dares active on this player. Player to remove all truths or dares from. And now I have this. Modify a player's at link player truth or dare effect state. Pitades. That's right, it's Pitades. This utility method eliminates overhead as it wraps the modification in a get server state type method and marks the active at link. Fuck, dude, I wish I could do that without having to put the goddamn braces. Server state as dirty. I don't know why I said that like that. Players affect player whose effect state will be altered. Modification to make. Boom. So this is the entire API right now. Right, and now I believe what I technically need to do is I need to provide the implementation first. So we're going to actually provide that in a new enum class, which is going to be TOD API IMPL. Boom. This is how I like doing my APIs, okay? This is how I like doing them. And this is going to implement TOD API accessor, TOD API mutator. And we're going to implement everything. Bada boom, bada bing. And then, I didn't make a package for this. Fuck. IMPL. Move this over here. Refactor it. Slap that bad boy in there. Now we're going to make a new class. It's going to be TOD API. It's going to be abstract. Right? It's going to needs initialization. We're going to go to the mod consts. This is going to be API. Hello, are you okay? TOD API. And then the name is going to be TOD, TOD initialization dot API. Are there any dependencies for this? No? No, because it doesn't need anything in order to run. So. TOD API accessor, TOD API mutator. These need to be public and static. TOD API implementation dot values, and then we're going to add suppress warnings unused, I think. Not. Result of method call ignored. Holy shit, I can't believe I remembered what that warning was called. So then this is the API. This is basically the interface upon which the API is done. Now I go all the way over to wherever the fuck I just put my implementation. Here it is. TOD API implementation. The constructor is going to do TOD API dot accessor equals this, and TOD API dot mutator equals this. And that's how we define our API. And now I just need to provide implementations for all this shit. So for example, getting the player truth or dare effect state, this is going to be we're gonna need some utility stuff here. I'm gonna have private static accessor mutator. See, it's good. So these are all the mutator methods. These are all the axator. These are all the axator methods. Hope you know what an axator method is, because you know it's gonna be on the test. So dumb. Return server state dot get server state objects dot require non-null player dot get entity world dot get server. Can this return null? No, this won't return. It can return null? What are you, high as balls? I mean, this is how Chaos Edition does it, so we're just gonna do the same shit. Including get effect state from server state. How do you get the effect state from server state? I mean, we'll if the world doesn't exist, we're gonna get this, right? So then this is gonna basically be a non-null call, right? Yeah, okay. Akiducky. Ptods, yes. Get effect state from server state. And we're going to return state dot get effect state for the player dot get UUID. Boom, look at that. Now this call is just return get effect state from server state, get server state for the player, and then the player. That's that implementation. Now, get truth or dare. How do we do that? We're gonna do I think what I want to actually do here is just do get player truth or dare effect state dot how the fuck you get this shit? Oh, you literally iterate over it. Wow. Wait, can I for each then? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I can. I said I can't. Because since this doesn't end early, I need to do it a little bit differently. Just a touch differently. Iterator, I truth or dare. Dot iterator. We're gonna pass in an iterator. And then we're gonna do for this, and then it dot has next. And effect equals it dot next. Effect equals it dot next. And we're not dot is not class dot is instance that. Now I can replace with a while. Holy shit, dude, you're fucking awesome. That's true. You can replace it with a while loop. While it has something next, and the next thing is not an instance, then we're gonna do this. And then what I want to do is I want to return optional dot of nullable effect. Class dot map class past. There we go. All right, if it exists, we're gonna map it and we're gonna cast it, and that's gonna get us this optional. At suppress warnings. Empty loop body. No, fuck, I don't remember what it's called. Statement with empty body, that's what it's called. Okay. I was kind of close. add new truth or dare. So now we're here. Oh, I'm gonna have an alter server state. So we're gonna do server state state equals server state dot get server state. Or no, we're just gonna do get server state. Get server state. Pass in the player. We're gonna make that call from that miscellaneous method there. And then we're gonna do alteration dot accept. And then we're gonna do state dot mark dirty. And as long as I'm altering the server state exclusively through this method, it will always mark it as dirty, and I never need to do that anywhere else. So for example, here, I'm going to do alter server state for the player, and the action I want to take on the state is the following. It doesn't need to be. It can be inlined. Yeah, it's going to be get effect state from server state, passing in this state, and we're going to add a new effect, and then we're going to pass in the player and then the effect. And then I also need the player here. All right, and now to remove it, I guess I probably want to add something in the accessor here. And this will return at code true if the truth or dare is active on the player, false if not. I need to at code this. There we go. So now I go back to this implementation. I need to add the is truth or dare active. And this is going to return this dot get player truth or dare effect state player is truth or dare active entry. That's what we're going to return. And now, in order to remove a truth or dare effect state, we want to make sure that it's, if is truth or dare active, Otherwise, now we're going to make an alter server state call. Tods. Get effect state from server state. And then what I did here is entry.is equals it.next. End. Pod.end. And now I need suppress warnings here, and this is going to be statement with empty body. Return true. Because we know it's active, because we checked for it, so now this alteration is guaranteed to remove it. We just got to find it, and then we just do that. This dot get player truth or dare effect state dot for each effects add, and then we're going to do another alter server state call. Where we're going to do player truth or dare effect state, toddies, get effect state from server state. And then we're gonna do effects dot for each one. And pod.end for the player. And then for each one. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not what I wanted. For each one, we're going to do p-toddies, remove truth or dare. And then this is going to be alter server state, player, and then the state is going to do action.accept, and then we're going to do get effect state from server state. We're going to get state and the player. And there we go. That is our API done now, or at least what I wanna work with here. So now we're gonna do some stuff, right? And this is where I actually need to not work on this. I need to go into our model, and I need to now start to define the different truths or dares. Well, not all of them, right? But like, for example, we're going to have an interface is going to be an iTruth. This is just going to extend iTruth or dare. And what implementation do I want to apply? I want to do a default implementation of this, which is going to be return true. And then dare just returns if it's not a truth, right? I don't know if this truth is going to have anything else going on about it, but we'll deal with that. All right, that'll depend on exactly what I want the truth or dares to do. So hierarchy. I can't spell. Boom. And then I have another interface for I dare. I fucking spelled it wrong. It's I before E. All dares must implement this interface. And what this is going to do is we're going to provide a default implementation for is... Whoa. Is truth. Hello. Can you implement, for the love of God? Implement methods. No, oh, whoops. Yeah, that probably makes sense. I didn't extend this. Now, if I do Alt, oh, what is this? Alt C, I, or just Alt Shift P. I just want to implement is truth. It's really unfortunate. The pop-up that's here won't actually show if a method is default or not, which is really dumb. Let's see, now we have this. Right? So I need to actually also at auth. I thought I already did this. Whatever. So now we got this and this, right? And the reason we need this is because so now I gotta figure out like what they do. Right? And so it's like when you hold on, let me go back to my tracker for Chaos Edition so that I understand exactly what it's doing here. It's gonna modify the effect state. This is going to do this. Any a random thing. Okay, so there's some shit here, but that's fine. One thing I actually want to check, because it did run, right? So because it ran, I can actually go to the config here and see that the initial grace period is just set to an empty object, which is really annoying. Because that's not what we want it to be, right? And that's probably because it doesn't write this correctly. So now what we're going to do is we got to fix this config stuff, because this config is going to determine the different kind of modes we have, which is going to determine how the player tick thing works, and like how I want to implement all this other stuff, because I'm not really sure how I want to do that. So we just have to figure out this here. What is it spitting out, right? Like, what is it shooting out here? No method marked with... Oh, did I fuck up? You're so goddamn right. See, and this is exactly why I have this annotation system. This is exactly why we do this shit. So that when I miss shit like this, it screams at me that I'm an idiot. And then I go, oh yes, I am an idiot. And then I fix it. And then I'm no longer an idiot. But notably, it did actually spit something out very briefly before it just exploded. Here we are. This is what it spat out. This is the raw JSON that it just spat out. Which is to say, it's not writing it's not writing the stuff. And so now I want to know why it's not doing that. Right? Like how is this how's this working here? How is it writing it to JSON? Right now we're gonna get into the weeds. We're gonna pull up our boots and we're gonna figure out how the fuck to get this to work the way I want it to work, such that there's comments in the JSON file that like actually work. So let me just see. Yeah, it's F6, F7, or F6, F5, F7, right? Yeah, step out is F7, and then this is F8. So I want to step into, so this is F5, to JSON. I'm going to step into this. It's going to make a string builder. It's going to do this. We're going to create that. We're going to set the formatting style. We're going to set this. We're going to set the strictness, which I don't care too much about. And then we're going to return the JSON writer. And then we're going to go to JSON. I want to do this type token.get. Return new type token. Canonicalize. If it's an instance of class, we return a type token. So this type token is for the mod config itself. And then the raw type is still the mod config itself. And then I want to do adapter.write. I begin object. Bound field.write. And then I get the right type adapter, which I presume is... Oh, so now this is for the Boolean. This is for the Boolean. Boom. We get the adapter. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. That's for whatever. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Set the delegate break, do that. Boop, 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 boop. Return that candidate. We get the adapter, so type adapter. And then we write it, which is that, right? And now we're going to write a different thing. And the bound field, this is now the game thing, right? Which is going to get... It's going to get this. The runtime type is going to be that. And it's going to write. And the way it's going to write is it's going to begin the object because this is thing. Open scope, do this. Now we write this. And now what we're writing is the initial grace period field. So we have this commented config option. We're going to, I guess it writes the name. Which is initial grace period. And now it's doing this, which chooses a record adapter. Yeah, and then that's whatever. But notably, when it writes it, this is null. Wait, why is it null? Why is it null? It shouldn't be null. Why is it writing null here? I'm not sure why it's writing null here. I think it's because it was writing the same thing that was already there. I don't know. We're gonna delete it. And then what I want to do is I want to do pod logger dot get instance dot info. I'm gonna do this at the info level. Instance dot game dot initial grace period dot option, and then instance dot game dot initial grace period dot comment. I'm hoping that that prints out correctly. Like deleting and regenerating the config probably works here. I'm hoping. Right, I want to go to here and see. Yeah, so look at this. Right, that's a different thing. Right, this is what I want to see. I want to see the console. Okay, I'm gonna assume that that has worked. No, it didn't. Okay, so for starters, there is that. It has this, but then it doesn't debug it out. Like, it's not writing it correctly. Unless I want to write my own JSON parser. You know I don't want to do that. You know I don't want to do that. Because it's not worth it. I might be stupid. Hold on. I exclude fields with modifier private. And you know what these fields happen to be? Actually, aren't they not public? Okay, yeah. It is private. That's what I thought. So because it's private and I am set to exclude fields with private modifiers, it doesn't fucking write it. Because these are private. So what I should actually do is I should ignore all fields that are static. Because this is not static, this is not static. Like, none of this stuff is static. So if I make them all non-static, that should probably work. This feels like this isn't my problem, but I also don't know. So we're gonna see. I'm hoping that it actually now writes everything. If it writes it, I can make changes to fix it. It distinctly didn't fucking write it. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, I'm deleting you. You're going to rewrite it. Also, it's really funny that debug. Oh, because I've uncommented this. Well, that in fact would be the fucking problem, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't have anything here, but this should hopefully now work. It should regenerate the config with these options. It shouldn't ignore them. Please. I beg of thee. There we go. See, that was the problem, is that they were inherently private. And so now it's actually reading this. So now if I can set this to true here, and that can work out. So the thing is that I want to write this comment as a comment, and I want to write this option connected to this. You know, and that's the real fucking tricky part. So that's going to be the problem. How can I... Because if I can just define this type adapter to write and read, then we're good. Okay, so now I gotta fucking... Oh, shit. Oh my god, I need... You're gotta be fucking kidding me. You know what I need? Mod config type adapter. That's what I need. Which is going to extend a type adapter for mod config. I need to... Brother... I need to write my own type adapter for the entire mod config thing, which is just going to write everything as normal, except when we hit a commented config option, we're going to use this type adapter to write it. Right? And so then it's just going to be able to write this, and then it's just going to do that. Okay, so I now need... Holy shit. .register type adapter. And it's going to be type dot... fucking bitch ass. I guess I can do mod config dot class and then new mod config type adapter. So now we'll use this type adapter to write this, and now I have to specify how it writes itself. Don't control F1, that was not what I wanted to do. I wanted to implement everything here. So, not that bad. So now when I write, hold on, I gotta go down the whole fucking thing. When I do to.json, it's gonna do to.json, to.json, to.json. And it's gonna do streams.write, which is gonna do type adapters.json element.write. And I want to go to Stream's not right. Type adapters.json element. JSON element type adapter. Adapter. Use JSON element type adapter. So now your right is going to do this. Where it's going to do this dot right. Wait a second, that's not what I fucking want. Okay, let's work backwards here more. Right, I don't want to write that. I want to write this. Yeah, here, this is what I want. This dot JSON adapter dot write. How do you get the adapter? Yeah, so you do this dot get adapter. Type token dot get. Basically, how does it get the type adapter for this? The type adapter it gets for this is like the class adapter, which was over here. Class. Okay, so maybe not that one. Class factory's new factory. Oh, okay, that's not what I want. Then what one do you do? Short integer, this whole thing. I am a little bit confused. Okay, what am I doing here then? I think I want to do this. I want to do JSON writer dot name. And then we write the comment. And then we write the option for that. Like, that's how that's going to work. And then it's going to read it. And I don't know how it's going to read it, but we'll get to that later. I need to know how I need to write this. Which means I need to know how this thing writes. Because I want to basically copy that except for the very specific instance where I don't want it. Can you fucking stop being laggy? You're dumb as fuck, dude. I hate you. I'm okay. So this writes that. We get a new JSON writer, then we do toJSON, and then we get the adapter for the type token dot get, which returns a new type token. We canonicalize it. We get the raw type. This gets me a type token. I don't even fucking know where I was moments ago. I wasn't there. I was right here. And then I get adapter. Okay, I need to know how this thing fucking works. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna not have this because that is not gonna work out. I need to know what like type adapter it's getting so that I know what it's using. So I'm pretty sure what it's doing is that it has something that's iterating over all the fields, ignoring certain fields, and I want to basically get that thing and do that, but then just check to see if it's a commented config option field, and if it is a commented config option field, I want to not continue, I want to write using the other thing and then keep going, right? That's what I want to do. So the type token it gets is the class name, right? Like, that's fine. Cached is a reflective type adapter factory. The adapter is a reflective type adapter factory. It's this thing, where it gets a bunch of field names. What other fucking annotations we got? Oh, that's it. And then if the annotation is null, we translate the name using whatever. And then it gets the adapter, which is this, and then the adapter is going to write. So this thing should have a write method. Right, because this is a... Oh, wait, no, it's a field reflection adapter. I need to find a field reflection adapter. Field reflection adapter, this thing. Whoa, what? Where? Here, this is it. Which extends adapter, and then the adapter adds field data, and then it writes that thing. You know what? I can do it myself. So now we use reflection to write over it. What is this? Turns a class object representing the class or interface that declares the field represented by this field object. That's... F dot... Wait, didn't I do that on my truths or dares thing where I iterated over it? Where I checked for everything? Wherever it is? Right, I get the thing from the field, and then I operate on it. That's what I want to do. So now what I want to do is I want to get the object from the config. Commented config option. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if it's one of these, and if it's this, I need to do something else, but otherwise I need to do json.getAdapter. o.getClass. .write, passing in the JSON writer and the object itself, which needs to be casted to the class. Which you don't like. Okay, I guess there's... I guess there's no way to see the implementation for that, I suppose. I can't cast it to... That's really annoying. I think I need to do this like this. Or sorry, it should be o.getClass. And then if I do class here, and then do class.cast, I'm specifying that I'm using the same class to cast the object. You've gotta be kidding me. Yeah, it's not going to understand those semantics. Because it's going to go here, and then it's going to go here, and then I want it to write... Well, the problem is that... Dude, this sucks. I need to check to see if it's like a full object like this. I need to have a writer that writes like this, which goes through everything. If I assume that everything is like this, then really all I really need is to register a type adapter for like these different specific option categories. Holy shit, I hate this. Oh, this needs to be static. And this is now an option category. Then this is option category, option category, option category, option category. And then I'm gonna rename this to option category type adapter. Alright, I want it to iterate over everything like that, but then when it gets to this category, like this, I want it to iterate over that and then write that stuff. I hate this. This just... This is like way too complicated. That doesn't actually help me. Holy shit. I either write my own type adapter, which I can't do because each category is going to be different, and so I would inherently need to write a type adapter for each different category if there are extra categories, which, no, that sounds like a massive pain, or I rethink how I'm doing this. Wait, do I even... Am I crazy? Yes, I am. Fuck. Because when I register a type adapter... Wait, what if I register a type adapter factory? What the fuck is this? Type adapter factory. It's gonna create a type adapter. Well, dude, this might work. So if I register a type adapter factory, I can register a type adapter factory that creates these type adapters for reading and writing these things. I don't know how it's gonna fucking read it. But I'm gonna assume there's some fucking sorcery that allows it to read it. Well, hopefully. So, if I don't need this, then I don't need this. If I don't need this, then I don't need this. And if I don't need this, then all I need is type adapter factory implements type adapter factory. I think I need to parameterize it. Is it a raw type? It is. Oh, sorry. It's no, doesn't matter. Where the fuck was I? Here it was. Implement this bad boy, which is going to depend on the type token. Now, this type token, will it allow me to get? So this is the raw type, and then there's the type. What does this type do? Whoa. Where the fuck is this? Okay, that's its own thing. Right, but see, that's going to get... Wait, what the fuck is this? This just has a type name. Register that type adapter factory. So I can return this, right? But then what I can actually do here is I actually want to get instance dot info out type token dot to string. Does this support a to string that's like reasonable here? It might. We'll see how that goes, if it even goes at all. I want to see what it'll print out. Like, does it print out the information of, sorry, of like this, right? Like, that's what I want to know. Assuming we even get that far, which I hope we do. I did register the type adapter factory, so it should spit it out at me, hopefully. Can't refill game because instance is null. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? I mean, it shouldn't be null at this point. Oh, it is null because this from JSON doesn't actually work. Wait, but then, no. It should still have printed it out, but it didn't. And because it didn't, it never got here. Okay, something's messed up here. It does exist. I want to see why it's getting null here. Do that again? I don't understand how I got null there. I don't get it, dude. I don't get it. I just want to have a good config shit. The type of T is mod config. Is empty is true. Oh, wait. This is empty. It was an empty file, so of course there was a problem. Did it crash or? Okay, what the hell just happened? Oh wait, you're a problem. Right. Yes. Do this now. Right. So that's sort of what I thought was happening. But it's not writing it out. Or wait, it did. Okay, it did write it out as this, and then it does get adapter, which then does this, which then does that, which then does that. Yeah, okay. Well, shit. Wait, can I just do get delegate adapter? skipping past this and then the type token. Would that work? That'd be interesting if that works. I know exactly what's gonna happen though. It's gonna bitch at this. Yeah, delete it. Aha! Aha! Look at that. This is what I wanted to know. It actually prints it out. So when I do this, if it's an instance of class, we're gonna do that. Otherwise, we're gonna do this to string class.getName. Oh wait. I understand. I need to figure out how the fuck it's doing this. Because I want to know what part of this information I need to extract to get like the correct type adapter for like this thing, right? Right, so this is for mod config, we can skip that. That's for Boolean, we can skip that. This is for game options, we can skip that. The type token, the raw type is this. Commented config option. The type right, so I want to go in here into the toString thing. And now I'm here. It's a parameterized type implementation, which implements parameterized type. Wow, that's probably what I'm looking for. I'm probably looking for parameterized type. So what I can do is I can do a I want to do if type token dot get type is an instance of parameterized type param. Then I want to do and type token dot, I guess I want param dot get raw type dot get type name dot equals commented config option dot class dot get name. Is that what I'm looking for here? Maybe. That might be what I'm looking for. My music stopped. Why you do that? Don't do that. It says simple as just don't do that. Somewhat. This type is going to, now that I have this type, assuming that this actually works, we get the raw type and I get the type name. I assume getting the raw type name will get me this, and that this will get me the same thing. Commented config option type adapter. And then I need to get the reference object for the comment. Which I can't really do. I need that. There we go. Yeah, it's a bunch of types, dude. Okay, so this actually is a thing. Like, this is fine. It's complaining that it's not. It's complaining that it doesn't like it. It doesn't like it, dude. Oh wait, I need. Yeah, I need JSON.get delegate adapter skipping this, and then I pass in this type token. Interesting. It doesn't actually. I don't think it has a problem with anything here. I don't think it actually has a problem with this. Oh yeah, no, it does. That doesn't do shit, by the way. You're weird. And I have the type token for this thing, so it should be able to return this. I need a type adapter parameterized by T. And I have this parameterized by t. For argument's sake, see, and this is why I don't like this shit, because it's fucking nonsense. I run for a bit, try and be a B before N. No worries, no worries, you do you. Do I just not do that? I mean, here's what we're gonna do. I am going to try and look for a mod written in Fabric that has a config that is decent. I don't know any. So that's a problem. Do you have a config? You don't. You suck. Do I use a config API? Maybe I do. That might also just help. I don't need to write a whole thing. Okay, this is client-side only. That's fucking nonsense. Huh. I guess I could just leave it. I would have to define a whole thing. This sounds like it would be kind of cool, but it would be kind of fucking pain in the ass. Unless I don't write a JSON file. Oh shit. Did you consider that? But that's clearly... That's clearly a pain in the ass. Alright, is this library... Okay, yeah, it's been moved to here. Okay, cool. Nah. Nah, 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 nah. I'm not loading a library for this. All the libraries have problems. that don't do what I want to do. Maybe what I want to do is kind of stupid. So, idea of fuck this for now, right? And then goodbye all of this nonsense. I think I'm just gonna leave it like that. And yeah, I spent forever messing around and fundamentally did nothing. That is just how it is sometimes. And I don't even remember what the hell we were doing before all this. All I know is that I've got this. So now we can set the difficulties. There isn't really a good pair here. Oh, well, actually there is. I want now to set a constructor. I might not need a truth or dare interface, but we'll see. So we're gonna do it this way. Right, it's registry entries. I can filter by that now. I'm under the impression that this is probably what I want to do here. Which I want to add this. Oh, well, that's a fundamental problem that I'm having there. So then here, what I want to do is I want to return check and do, and I want to check on the list empty. Uh, there we go. 'Cause that needs to be a supplier. So then I have this. Oh, whoops. Yeah, all the truths are dares. Filter it via the filter. Registry entry, excuse me. That's what that has to be. Okay, so then that's that. I might not need the player here. I have that. Wait, why don't... I get it, I know. I need this. Oh wait, truth or dare. There we go. Truth or dare. There we go. So now that I have this, I'm gonna do the same thing here. Boom. Show info, then we're gonna do difficulty mode pick truth, difficulty mode pick dare. We do this, so now we get a pair of the truths or dares that we're gonna be presenting. Oh, maybe the double dare is a separate option. Where you can pick between easy, normal, and hard, and then you can pick whether you want a double dare mode. Right, that should be a separate mode. And then I basically have the same thing here. I basically just take this out. I don't need this. Alright, and then I want this over here. And then we'll just initialize this. Actually, there's no point having a default constructor when it's only going to be used once. And there we go. So now we have the game mode. Now we have difficulty mode. Welcome back. Right, so now we have to figure out what we do on a failed dare. I'm gonna do player dot. Can I kill? Yeah. Oh, but I have to get to server world. Does this just punch them in the face so hard that they die? It really does punch them in the face so hard that they die. I was half joking, but like, holy shit. So now I need to go to my little util package over here. I think I have it in simple util, yeah. I mean, we're still gonna do this because I'm basically gonna be calling it on a player entity anyway. Get server world from entity. From player, I guess. We'll do from player. Put in the player here, and then do return objects Sharoni dot require non-null player dot get entity world dot get server dot get world player dot get entity world dot get registry key. Yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense, but it works. I think I just want to do like player utils dot get server world from player, passing this player, and then we're just going to, on the normal difficulty, we're just going to punch them so hard that they die. All right, and that is the default difficulty. Now the hard difficulty, player dot get inventory. We're gonna wipe their inventory, then we're gonna kill them. Hard is punch them so hard they die through armor. No, this is punch them so hard that they die through armor already. This is rob their corpse, well, their soon-to-be corpse, then punch them so hard that they die. Do I? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Okay? I'm gonna mug your corpse. Alright, hear me out. Hear me out. Alright? Alright? I think it's Alt-Shift-P to implement. Yeah, okay. Hear me out. Can I... Oh, that's the world spawn position. Yeah, it says it's occupied. Oh, that's for... You see, but that's not what we want. What I want to know is when you sleep in a bed, where does it set your spawn point? Yo, what the fuck? Spawn particles, spawn particles. Goes handled screen on respawn, yeah, whatever. What the fuck? You know what? Probably because, if I had to hazard a guess, it's probably because it's here where it would be. Also, the fuck's going on there? Get respawn. Now what is this? Oh, it's in the respawn pause. I guess it's because you can spawn elsewhere. Yeah, because you can respawn in different dimensions. That's true. Okay, so then what I need for the difficulty mode is I need player utils dot get server player. We wipe their spawn point. All right. Then we wipe their spawn point, we rob them, and then we punch them. So that's gonna be the super hard mode. But now for easy mode, I'm gonna like half their health. But I feel like halving their health isn't really like that bad. I also probably want to define a damage source. Right, so that I don't kill them with this. Damage source always a blade from the monster shaking for you in your wallet. I gotta find. Wait. Resources data? Eggs damage type. Okay, I need to make this under data. Resources data. Truth or dare. Damage type. Yeah, so now in here, I need a lang folder. And then in here, whoops, I just need a new file for us.json. And then we have death.attack.lostDare. And there's going to be lostDare.player. Actually, I only need two. We're going to say lost a dare thanks to this shithead. But that's not all. I now need to go into the data in the data dot data slash Minecraft slash tags slash damage underscore type. This should go in here. No, that. Dang it. Resources, new directory here, which needs to be data slash Minecraft. If I press Y one more goddamn time, tags slash damage type. Oh my lord, help me. There we go. This is what I was looking for. Now, under here, I need 4 fucking files. I need bypasses armor.json. And in here, we're going to put the following. I fucking spell it right. Pretty sure I did. Okay. Put that one there. I think I'm actually going to want this for the rest of them too. And then I need... no, not new directory. New file. BRB again, just grabbing lunch. Yeah, no worries. Bypasses underscore cooldown.json, which I believe is the exact same thing. It is. And then I also need bypasses underscore effects.json. And then we have that, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the same thing. Yeah. And then we also have bypasses underscore invulnerability.json. And we have the same thing here. Right, so now we have this damage type defined. I don't know where I actually I don't know where I actually access it from, so we're gonna have to figure that out, notably by probably going to an example, which an example would be and then I'm gonna go into the mod consts. I'm gonna have a registry key. Key.of registry keys dot damage type. And then this is gonna be truth or dare dot create identifier. So now I have the registry key for the lost dare damage. So now what I can do is that I can go all the way back over to the difficulty mode, and I can do mod const dot lost dare damage. What does it require? It requires a damage source. Yeah. So oh, I don't have a dynamic registry manager. Because I need the registry entry, I only have the registry key. I lost their damage source, dynamic registry manager, and then we're going to return lost their damage source. If it's not null, we'll return that. Otherwise, getter throw registry keys dot damage type dot getter throw Lost their damage key. And that's how we will get them. I need to create a new status effect instance, I'm pretty sure, right? New status effect instance, and then I specify the status effect. Oh my gosh. Yeah, show me, how does this... Okay, so you have 20 health. So this at level 3 is a kill, right? If I do this for 100 ticks, then you lose a half heart every 10 ticks. Half heart lost per tick. Wait. Let me make sure I have this right. Health lost is going to be health lost per tick times number of ticks. What's the health lost per tick? This is ticks per health lost is 10. So if I flip it to 0.1, I will get 0.1 health lost per tick, and then we'll lose 10 health. So I want to... I want to see what other ones we have. We have the amplifier here. So this is going to be... I gotta make that a constant too, so I can just put this here. Hunger effect strength is gonna be set to like 5, probably. We want it to be a little bit stronger. So this doesn't kill them. It just really fucks them up. This shit does mess them up, though. I have this, and then I have this, and now I can go to the mod config and set it here. I might change this to be a string array so that I can have like multiple comments. But for now, I don't know if I want to do that. Come to configure option. This is now the difficulty mode. And there's normal, where within their descriptions are hidden. Failing a dare kills the player. Hard, where truth and dare, like normal, but the player loses their inventory. Player's inventory is cleared. And there we go, and now we have a whole bunch of like difficulty modes. So now if I run this, and then I quit the game, I can go here, where we can see this. I think I need to escape that. Actually, because this is... I don't think that'll work, but we'll see. We'll try running it and seeing if it gives up, if it like puts it in correctly, which I don't think it will. Yeah, it does the same thing. I don't want it to do that. There we go. I didn't want to close that. God damn it. Whatever. So now I got this. So now on the on this, it currently doesn't do anything, right? And then the whole idea is I tick everything, right? All right, this is where I would do Todd API dot modify effect state for the player entity. The Todd is, and then all I need to do is I don't think any of them will be modifying the effect state, so I don't think I need to worry about that. Then I'm going to have a private. This is going to be a Boolean, and what I'd like to do here is pick that on the player, and then return dot duration remaining is less than or equal to 0. And then if tick truth or dare, player and this player entity. Maybe I should just have this be fuck it, dude. We're just, it's player entity all the way down. Actually, wait, I can refactor this and make my life easier. And I will. This is just a map. And then it does that. Welcome back, welcome back. I wanna figure out what the heck is going on. What I'm working on now is I'm setting up the little tracker that's gonna, tick the different truths or dare durations and stuff. And so what I'm looking for here, I'm looking to override this and return a big number. B, what I want to know is that my truths or dares have an end method. Just like how my chaos effects have a on effect end. But this just okay, so this thing, I'm not sure I fully understand what the hell's going on here. This thing, it just wants to remove it. And then to remove it, it just wants to do this. It doesn't actually want to end it. Here it applies it. But it doesn't end it. So what I want to know is, do I need to care? I see. I don't. And the reason I don't is because the abstract implementation calls on effect end or end when the duration ends. I am not responsible for ending it. Right? I'm not responsible for ending it. It's up for the truths or dares at this point to end it. They're the responsible ones. Right? They're responsible on ending it and cleaning themselves up. I'm not responsible for cleaning up their mess. They're responsible for cleaning up their mess. If there is a mess, right? Which is also to say that for dares, when the dare ends and they're not satisfied, it's the dare's responsibility to dish out the punishment. Not me. That's not my job. My job is to just tick you and say, hey, do your shit. And then remove them from the tracker. I'm not here to say, if you're a dare, you should do this. If you're a truth, you should do that. It's not my responsibility. And then I also want to tick the grace period. And right, and so since it removes it from the map, I should be able to check to see if it's empty now. And if you don't have any active truths or dares, right, then you should get another one. And this is going to be modconfig dot get instance dot game dot game mode dot options dot pick truths or dares, and I pass in the player. And now this is going to, depending on what game option I pick the holy shit. I hate scrolling this thing sideways. You suck balls. Holy hell. You're gonna pick the different choices. And now what I'm gonna have to do is I'm going to have to do send screen to client to choose truth or dare. Pass difficulty option to show info or not. Right, that's basically what we got to do there. Right, I'm not responsible for adding new truths or dares. I'm just responsible for ticket everything. And then if the grace period has expired and it's empty, I send another prompt for it. And then they pick. But one thing I need to be aware of is that this is still going to be running when the player is picking, so I need to be like, hey, we've sent it. Don't send it again until you get a response back, right? And then when you get a response back, then you add it, and then it'll be triggered and all that stuff, right? And then that's going to work the same way that the other chaos effect works, the polite chaos effect. Because a polite chaos effect, it sends a payload. We're going to send a payload, and this payload, to get the goddamn shit. This payload is going to have everything that we need. It's going to implement that payload. And then we're going to have a receiver on the client. The client's going to receive the payload. And screen payload, right? We're going to send a payload to the client. The client's going to receive that payload. And then it's going to use that to put up a screen. And then it's going to just do that. And then I'm going to have to pick a whole bunch of stuff. I should probably make it look kind of cool and shit, but we'll deal with assets like that is like so far down the line of I don't give a shit right now. Right, so that's not important. We'll deal with that later. All that matters is that this is it. This is that's all I got for now. Messy code gets the payload down. Yeah, right? Like the code sends the payload to the client. The client goes, okay, here are your two options, shithead. You pick this option or this option. Take your choice. And then depending on what the client sends, it sends a payload back as a response, I'm pretty sure. Being like, hey, do this. Yeah. It sends a payload back that just says, hey, do this, right? And notably, at least here, this sets the screen to this, and then that sends a payload back. And I'm looking at the way Chaos Edition does it because I'm going to be doing the same shit basically. Right, it sends this payload back. Do you not have right? This should set up a flight packet receiver client. It registers that. Right, and then how does it do it on this side? Oh, I just register it here where it does this and it adds this new chaos effect. Doing that, yeah, okay. So that's basically it, right? Like I'll have two receivers, and then I'll just basically send a packet back and forth. And that's how that's done. Right? That's all the interaction is. The interaction is the client picks, and then we send that down. And then the server just acts on that. Whether they succeed or fail, the truth or dare doesn't matter. Like I don't need to communicate that information because the server just kills them and then says, "Hey, you died, shithead," or whatever, right? So I'll need abstract truths and abstract dare implementations, I say as I open the opposite packages. I don't know if... I mean, I think here I probably want... void mark completed. Maybe? Right? As like, okay, this dare is completed now. I don't know. I need to figure out how I want to do this. It's probably going to be by... What about abstract lines? Yes, this is a joke. It occurs to me that this is a thing. No, we're not doing no abstract lines or whatever that is. Right, I'm gonna have a top level abstract implementation and abstract truth or dare implementation. And then we're gonna have an abstract dare that extends that abstract truth or dare implementation and then implements this interface, which will add the mark completed stuff. And then once that truth or dare stuff is fine, then we're good. Now the great thing is that a lot of these truths, like all the truths or dares, none of them are instant stuff, right? Like some chaos effects were instant effects, and so their shit happened instantly. But here, that's not going to be the case, right? Everything's going to have a duration. And yeah. And then we're gonna have a lot of mix-ins to track everything so that I can do that, because all these things are gonna have callbacks. They're gonna be used to track whether or not the thing has happened correctly, right? We're gonna have a whole bunch of shit like that. That's when it's gonna get funky. You know, we're gonna get the funky bunch going up in here. So yeah, that's gonna be it. I realize I've gone on for a little bit longer. We're making progress here. We're about, you know, we're still building up a lot of the infrastructure, but we're getting there, right? And then I think next time it's gonna be probably working on that networking to pass that payload back and forth. Again, there's no point writing up any truths or dares if we can't pick them yet, right? So we'll work on that networking stuff, and then the networking screen, and then the screen itself. The screen's going to be super bare bones because it doesn't really matter right now, right? We'll draw up assets for it later, probably. And yeah, that's it. There's still definitely a lot of shit to do here, but you know. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. I will get going. I'll be back Monday with Stardew stuff, Stardew modding, right? This time for realsies. Maybe the Iridium Bat thing, maybe not. We'll see. It depends on how much time I have over the weekend, whether I want to look into it. It might be a this week thing, it might be a next week thing. I don't really know. So yeah, I'll try to make it a this week thing because that would be beneficial. All right, that's all I got. Thank you all for tuning in and watching, and peace out.